순결의 백합 선하고 빛난 정신 이어가도다. 오대양 육대주 천주까지도 정말 세태평성대 길이 빛내세 평화 천이고 순정의 기쁨이 땅 천년한 날에 영생의 이상향을 나타내도다. 오대양 육대주 천주까지도 정말 세태평성대 길이 빛내세 통일천이고 사계절 휘날리는 천일국깃발 천진 참부모님 소망하도다. 오대양 육대주 천주까지도 정말 세태평성대 길이 빛내세 행복천이고.
For opening prayer, may I request Vivian.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. Please join me in prayer. Most Heavenly Parent, love rich parents of heaven, earth, and kind. Good evening. Tonight we're about to continue our 21 day deeply lecture series. And tonight we're learning about chapter 5, preparation period for the second advent of the Messiah. I would like to invite you to join us in our lecture today. And pray that we'll be able to understand this lecture and be able to focus. Anyway, tonight, this I pray to my name, Holy Christ, Messiah, Daughter Virgin, ever serves the best family, Jew.
Drew. Alright, good evening po sa lahat. So, welcome to our 17th day. Okay, konti na lang. Konti na lang. Konti na lang, extend pa natin. So, picture muna tayo. Okay. Picture muna tayo. Tapos para makita ko rin yung mga mukha niyo. Sana, I miss you guys, you know. Better if you open your camera. Kuya Aki, Eminence, Kuya Justado. Show your faces. Kuya Justado. Okay pa ba yung IPLC? Kailan kaya masolve yung IPLC?
Kailangan gumawa tayo ng sariling tower, kuya.
Good evening.
Good evening lahat.
Wait lang ah. Just give me 1 second.
Twice. Thrice.
Okay, medyo mahina talaga yung signal ni Kuya Aki. Ay, Kuya Gisado. Okay, so show your smile. 3, 2, 1. The next heart. 하나, 둘, 셋, 사랑합니다.
사랑합니다.
And last, Vision for Rally of Hope and Vision 2027. Sungi, sungi,
Sunni, sunni.
sungi. All right. Thank you so much. So, wala pa si Ate. Ate Rina, chinata ko sa'yo. Wait lang. May nag-chat ka pala sa akin, te. Okay. So, our first lecturer, an ambush. So, maganda, we have of course, yeah, I just realized all the chapters of the Divine Principle are really wonderful, amazing. And yeah, every chapter is very unique and we learn a lot. And this one, chapter 5, the period of preparation for the second advent of the Messiah. So, what's happening within those years, hundreds of years, while God preparing for the coming of true parents? Tingnan natin, what are the development of or the progress of history? Why the history progresses? What is the purpose of it? Yeah, many things. And all those wars also, why it is necessary to it is wars happen. All right, so the one who will give the lecture of section 1 and section 2, I would like to welcome our blessed family, the heart of UPTA, into our 21 days. One of our mother here. Without further ado, Ate Erlina Peralta Dolendo. Let's give her a round of applause.
Let me share my screen. Okay, share ka na ba? Naka-share ba? Hindi.
Sure ba ako hindi?
Mukhang hindi. Hindi. Mukhang hindi. Mukhang hindi.
Wala pa, te.
Wala siya. Ay, nawala. Nabura ko. Okay. Wait. Nawala. Yeah. Then share screen. Share screen. Hindi siya. Share. Okay. Yan, naka-share na siya.
Yes, sir.
Ito yung chapter 5 lang. Okay. So, our topic today is about chapter 5, the period of preparation for the second advent of the Messiah, or the last 400 years preparation for the second advent. So as what Kuya, our Sir Harwin have said a while ago, we will learn now what happened after, during the time that God is guiding humanity into for the second advent, and that how the humanity was prepared by God or set up by God in order that they will finally, unlike the first coming, that humanity this time will be able to receive the Messiah, and that the Messiah will be protected, and that he will be able to uh, fulfill his mission this time, since this is the third dispensation in ascending the uh, this is already the third Adam. So he must fulfill his responsibility, and that is to fulfill God's blueprint or plan on earth, and that the kingdom of heaven on earth will now establish through the second advent, and then he will build a family together with his wife, the only begotten daughter, and then people prepared by God will be tawag dito, will be uh, will be able to inherit their foundation, and thus eventually all people on the earth will be transformed to the family of heavenly parent. So this is the 400 years. The period of preparation for the second advent of the Messiah was the 400-year period from the Protestant Reformation in 1517 to the end of World War One in 1918. So ito yung period na yon, wherein it started with the Protestant Reformation in 1517. This is the time when Martin Luther asked for church reformation through his 95 theses in Germany. With respect to the providence of restoration, this period is divided into three periods: the period of Reformation, the period of religious and ideological conflicts, and the period of maturation of politics, economic, and ideology. So, we will learn about this through three periods. So, section 1, the period of Reformation, which runs through 1517 to 1648. The one, this is the 130 year of Reformation began in 1517, when Martin Luther raised the banner of Protestant Reformation and lasted until the wars of religion were settled by Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. So, it's this 130-year Reformation began, as I have said a while ago, with Martin Luther, dun sa 95 thesis niya in Germany. And because of this, and this is started yung Reformation, it means Reformation, Protestant Reformation is uh, there was a reformation in the religious in religious church or in the religious side, specifically um, the Christianity. And then there were through the Protestant Reformation, uh, the tawag dito, the abuses in the Roman Catholic Church as being headed by the church was reformed, and they have uh, the leadership of the Catholic Church was reformed through the because of this. And this period has ended through the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. In the late Middle Ages, man's original mind was repressed, its free development blocked by the social environment of feudalism. Because in feudalism during the time, the yung man's original mind was repressed. Original mind in the sense that our religious belief is repressed by the kings, and they and it is being kings and the the papacy and the papacy, and they are controlling what to believe, and they are dictating. That's the reason why that's what happened in the Middle Ages. The secularization and corruption of the Roman Church. Uh, of, this included the secularization and corruption of the Roman Church. Instead that the Roman Church will lead, they are being influenced by the imperialism or the kings. Medieval Europeans were prompted by the impulses of their innermost heart to break down their social environment to open the way of restoration of their original mind. As we have learned from the previous chapter, so during the Roman Empire was divided into Western and Eastern Europe, right? And then, so this is the time that uh, the Western Europe, um, they 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 keep their faiths to the to God, and so that this paved the way for the restoration of their original value. That's the reason why that it is in it is in Germany that uh, that began the Reformation through through Martin Luther. The Cain-type movement began as a revival of Hellenism. It gave rise to Renaissance, whose core value was uh, humanism. So if we learn I always remember Helen. Do you remember our literature? When in high school, I always remember our um tawag dito, literary literary studies about Greek pa. about Helen of Troy. So this is for Hellenism. Uh, I can I can relate to Hellenism because of this. But Hellenism is Cain type. So when we say Cain type, it is uh initiated by the satanic side, and it always copies the way of the the plan of heavenly of goodness. So the core value of Hellenism is humanism. The Abel type movement began. After that, the Abel type movement began as a revival of Hebraic heritage of Israel and the early Christian church. So what's the difference between Hellenism and the Hebraic Hellenism? In Hellenism, it believes in gods, but it believes in polytheistic God, many God. They have many God. But then in the Hebraic heritage, the only difference is that they believe in God, but they believe in uh, only one God, monotheistic God. And the God of Israel, the Hebraic heritage. The early Christian church, which began with after Jesus Christ, the death of Jesus Christ, when he summoned all his apostles and disciples to work for the spiritual kingdom of Jesus Christ. It gave rise to Protestant Reformation, whose core value was faith in God, which is yun yung pinanggalingan ng lahat yung Abrahamic faith that began with Jacob, then to Moses, then to Jesus Christ, and then the spiritual kingdom of Jesus Christ, centering on the works of the uh, disciples and apostles of Jesus Christ. The medieval, so we are now talking about now we are now to learn about Renaissance. Medieval Europeans' external pursuits of original nature led to a movement to revive the ancient heritage of Hellenism. This brought about Renaissance. So it is in the medieval Europeans, in their external pursuit of original value, this is materialistic, external side. This brought about the Renaissance. So during this Renaissance, maraming development yung science. We were created to obtain perfection by fulfilling our given responsibility by our own free will. We are then to attain oneness with God and acquire autonomy. Therefore, it is the calling of our original nature to pursue freedom and autonomy. So, people at that time have learned that they don't need to be dictated by anyone. So, and that there must be a free belief. They have learned that um, they need to have a free belief, is freedom and autonomy in believing what they need to believe, specifically into believing in that there is a creator. A person of perfect character understands the will of God and puts it into practice through its own insight and reason. We have learned this in chapter 1, no, chapter 2 pala, freedom, and reason. Hence, it is only natural that we pursue reason and understanding. So we also are endowed with the God-given right to master the natural world. So we need to discover science. Hence, we value the natural world and pursue science and esteem the practical life. So this is the Renaissance. This is what happened. Yung original value natin, which is yung first blessing, di ba? And that is belief in God. Dalawa siya, di ba? External and internal. So, mauuna yung external because mauuna yung the external world must be since the providence of restoration is also recreation. So, we know very well, as we have learned in the previous chapter, that the external world must be recreated first, and then next is the internal aspect of humanity. As people advocated humanism, they also rebelled against the ritualism and rules of the church, which were constraining their free devotion. So during this time, during the Renaissance kasi, before the start of the Reformation, at the end of the Renaissance, the people, the church authorities is uh is prohibiting the people or humanity to read the Bible, and to they just need to follow what the church authorities are telling them. They fought against the stratified feudal system and papal authority, which deprived them of autonomy. So during this time, during the end of the Renaissance period, there are because of the ano ba yun? Yung United Kingdom. Yes, during the United Kingdom, kingdom, yung nagkaroon ng ano, 'di ba? Nagkaroon ng mga kings, 'di ba? And tapos meron ding may mga papa, yung there is a pope, and the pope should be the one will ano who who should advise the kings or the emperors. And that's the reason why there is a stratified feudal system, because the administration of politics is managed by the kings or the emperors, and the religious aspect is being managed by the priest or the church. They protested the medieval view of faith required unquestioning obedience to the dictates of the church in all areas of life, which denied them the right to worship God according to the dictates of conscience based in their own reading of the Bible. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. They also questioned the otherworldly aesthetic monastic ideal that devalued the natural world, science, and the practical affair of life. So, dito rin lumabas yung mga uh, na yung nagkaroon kasi ng division, di ba? As we learned, there is a division between religion and science, and if you are to examine it carefully, there is naglalaban yung science and religion. Many medieval Christians revolted against the rule of the papacy because of their abuses. So, and in section 2, we are now the second period of the 400-year period of preparation for the coming for the Lord of the Second Advent. The period of religious and ideological conflicts. So, the period of religious and ideological conflicts refers to the 140 years beginning with the secure establishment of Protestantism at the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 and ending with the French Revolution in 1789. As modern people continued to pursue the internal and external desires of their original nature, they could not avoid divisions in theology and disputes among philosophies arising from the freedom of faith and thought. So, as you can see here in this diagram, there is ideological, religious and ideological conflicts. The internal desire is reformation sa freedom of faith and thought, and then uh, which uh, which resulted in the Cain type view of life, and the Abel type view of life has resulted in the external desire, which is the Renaissance. So to continue, God has worked his providence of restoration throughout the course of history by repeatedly separating those representing Abel from those representing Cain. There is always a division. There is just like the offering of Abraham, he needs to cut the offering so that it could separate good and evil, or separate the Cain type people, or those representing God and those representing Satan. In the last days, all this world is divided into Cain type communist world and the Abel type democratic world. So this is the reason why there is the religious conflict. Ito yung reason why there is a war. Just as the foundation. So uh, yes, we have learned that God is according to human portion of responsibility, according to the merits or its demerit, God is working through the through how human portion human portion of responsibility, and God uses war to divide Cain type and the democratic type of people, or those representing evil type and Cain type people. Just as the foundation of substance could have been laid in Adam's family had Cain submitted to Abel and obeyed him, in the last days the Cain type world is to submit to Abel type world to establish the worldwide foundation of substance. So what does this mean? So in the last days, Cain, the Cain type world must submit to Abel type world. So, during their conflict, so dapat ang manalo doon, masubjugate yung Cain-type world at maging matransform siya into Abel-type world. This is necessary before we can receive Christ at the second advent and realize the unified world. This is to prepare for the second advent. For this to happen, the two views of life would later mature into these two words has to develop in this period. So, during this period, during this 130-year period, ganito dapat yung mangyayari. The Cain type view of life. So, let us now learn about the Cain type view of life. Renaissance humanism elevated human beings and the natural world over God. The Renaissance established a new perspective in life which sought to understand universe to reason and experience logic and experimentation. So, naging concept lang si God or parang kaya nga sinasabi sa communism, diba? Parang, ah, parang opium daw ng poverty or ng kahirapan si God. Yun yung may sinasabi sila na gano'n. Kasi, yun. So, parang, yun yung sinasabi nila. The Renaissance gave birth to a view of life which encouraged people to follow only external pursuits or materialism, block their way to God, their path to God, and lead them towards Satan's realm. For this reason, it is called the Cain type view of life. So, this is the beginnings of the communist world or the God-denying ideology. The Cain type view of life grew through the Enlightenment and matured into Marxism na nag-start sa Germany, which became the cornerstone of the world today, to the world of today. Umpisa sa Marxism sa Germany, then Leninism sa Russia, and then si Mao Zedong ba sa China. The Reformation, so ano naman yung Abel type view of life? The Reformation spawned philosophies and religious teaching which develop a multidimensional view of life seeking to realize the God-given original nature of human beings. So, nagkaroon ng maraming philosophies, nag-aral ng maraming philosophies sa internal side o sa evil type view of life. So that's the reason why during this time, kaya nga merong conflict sa ideology and religious, because dito din lumabas yung mga iba't ibang mga religion. This view of life guided modern people to seek God in a deeper and more thoughtful way. So naging iba-iba yung paraan ng through the religious teaching and through the philosophies. We call this the Abel type view of life. In diverse way, the Abel type view of life has matured to form the democratic world of today. So that's my task for today, and that's my end. And actually, our section 1 and 2 is relative to the news in the Philippines today about I just heard the news about the about the UP, about a rally in UP wherein I cannot remember the exact word, but yung AFP dapat hindi makakapasok sa UP. hindi daw dapat pumapasok basta nang walang pahintulot yung UP system. Pero ngayon, parang sinabi nung sa AFP, sa Department of Defense, na kina-cancel na lang daw nila yung ano na yon, yung usapan na yon, yung agreement na yon. May term sila, hindi ko alam yung term.
Anong rason ate, ba't ayaw nila ipapasok yung AFP? Pareho naman government.
Meron daw silang religious freedom. Meron daw silang freedom, yun. And actually, hindi ko pa tawag dito. I cannot tawag dito. Hindi ko pa yung aking mind about it. Kung tama ba o hindi. ano ba yung principle doon at hindi principle doon. So sa issue na yun. Anyway, it has something to do with that. Yung ating kasi ang sinasabi ng UP is that even magkaibang ideology, may freedom, which is totoo naman, may freedom yung students nila, the studentry, to believe yung whatever yung belief nila. So it has something to do with ito nga yung sa religious conflicts, ideological and religious conflict, yung section 2 natin, which is the 130 years. Parang dinadaanan natin, parang meron siyang yung stage na yon, may ganun din siya kahit na yun nga, na dumating na nga yung second advent, di ba? Pero as we walk through the different stage, di ba, yung ano pa rin natin, yung growing period natin, our growing period is still, pag nandun tayo sa formation, mahahati pa rin yan sa tatlong stages, di ba? Tapos pag nasa growth na tayo, mahati pa rin yung tatlong stages. Tapos meron pa rin, tatlo pa rin dyan. Meron pa rin siyang ganun. So, ganun ko lang siya nakikita. That's the reason why na meron pa rin siyang relation doon. Anyway, pero hindi ko pa siya ma-form talaga yung utak ko doon. So, that ends my task for the section 1 and section 2 of the preparation for the second advent of the Messiah, which yun, yung first and second.
Thank you very much. Let's give all a round of applause to Adelina, Brother Sisters.
Hindi ko alam kung paano ko siya i-end. Na-end na ba? Okay.
So yun yung ilang years na yun, 1617 to 1648. Tignan natin. On 20 years plus 1989, 70. Ay, sa 100 years to 20 years. Okay. Okay, let me share my screen. Lecturer. Dari, yun pala. Okay, so this is the continuation of the 400 years. Oops. Good evening, brothers and sisters. So my lecture is about the section 3, the period of maturation of politics, economy, and ideology. So this year between 1789 to 1918. So since we are talking about the preparation for the second advent of the Messiah, right? We have to study how the economy, the politics, and ideology progresses. So how these three important factors develop during this time. Because in order to welcome the Messiah, kailangan maging matured tong tatlong to. And so that the environment would be ready and yeah, conducive to receive the Messiah. So this is between 1789 to 1918, so ilang years? Ilang years? Ang hirap talaga pag math. Ayoko ng math eh. Anyway, basta. Minus na lang. So this refers to the 130 years between the French Revolution in 1789 and the end of the World War One in 19. And we will be talking about the Cain type and evil type views of life matured, taking their separate paths. So as they matured, they founded two different forms of society with distinct social structures: Cain type society and evil type society. So since this is a continuation of the lecture of Ate Relina. So what are those Cain type views of life and evil types of view of life, which became the result of what happens when human beings fail to take the responsibility, fulfill the responsibility. So even though, di ba, heard already from the previous lecture about the Renaissance period and ano yung isa? Yes, those period where people develop their intellect. They started to think about their life, and of course they started to change. They wanted to do things, to do good things. That's why we have this sinabi ni yung kanina na kay Martin Luther, the revolution. So let's start with studying first the Cain type view of life, the democracy, Cain type democracy. So in this here, in this way, those espousing the Cain type view of life championed the Enlightenment and gave rise to French Revolution, thus establishing Cain type democracy. So yung age ng Enlightenment, or they are the age of reason. So during this time, during the age of Enlightenment, many intellectual and philosophical movements uh, dominated the ideas of Europe from 17th century to 18th century. So maraming philosophers ang nag-arose, and then their ideas spread all over Europe. That's why it started the revolution. Kasi people at that time during the revolution, they don't like specifically the leadership of King Louis XVI. King Louis XVI have this absolute monarchy and feudal system. So people parang na-suppress yung na suppress yung people, yung mga tao, and then they don't like how how the system of the societal system of King Louis XVI. So that's why they started revolution. People wanted to change something from the system, the government system of King Louis XVI. So they started this, nagkaroon ng enlightenment, and then they started the French Revolution 1789. Gusto ng people wanted some change. But the problem is, even though they started this revolution, it ended up be- became the Kane type democracy, and eventually forming the communist world. Started with Karl Marx in Germany and Lenin in Russia. Yun ang naging problema. They started the revolution, but ang naging resulta is communism. Kasi if you remember the previous lecture, if you still naalala niyo yung sinabi ni Terelina, yun nga, people, although ang tao nag-iisip sila, they started to think matured, and they wanted more freedom, ganun. Ang nangyayari is, nagkaroon ng, during this time, the French Revolution, and nangyari is, napunta sa communist world, wherein, naging, di ba hindi naman maganda yung communism way. Supposed to be maganda, but ang naging resulta is, people became slave as well. Although like equality, but it doesn't apply absolutely. Yun ang naging problem. Yung mga may power, they have this same also, they have this much freedom than those lower people. So, yun ang naging resulta during this French Revolution, that it's not supposed to be. And yeah, so, and then if we look at the able type view of life, it started with the Puritan Revolution. So since Christian, or the Puritans, mainly they were the English Protestants. It happens between 16th century to 17th century. So the fruits of the able type view of life founded able type democracy through their victorious fight with absolutism to win religious freedom. Many Puritans immigrated to the American continent to obtain religious freedom. They founded an independent nation in 1776 and established American democracy. Able type democracy has developed from these beginnings into the democratic world of today. So the Puritan Revolution started with those religious people. Religious people who doesn't like also those some of the rulers of within their church, na iba yung pamamalakad. So they started also revolution. They have to revolutionize the way of their teachings, maybe the way of their system within the church. So this Christian started the revolution in 1648, and ang ending nun is it is the beginning of the democratic world. And we belong to that, the democratic type country as Philippines. So these are the two types of world na naging resulta between those Cain type view of life and Abel type view of life. We have Cain type society, which is the communism, and Abel type society, which is the democratic world. And what are the significance of the separation of powers? So the concept of separation of powers into the three branches of government was advocated by Montesquieu. Montesquieu is started with by a French philosopher, the one who promoted Baron de Montesquieu. Yeah, started the name came from the name Baron de Montesquieu. French philosopher, the one who promoted the idea of separation of power, that he said that the power should be divided equally among the branches. Dapat equal siya. So this will create a balance of power with with which all the branches, yeah, such as executive, judicial, and legislative. So fair fair power between these three. So it's so to prevent the concentration of political power in the hands of single individual or institution. The idea was proclaimed in the Declaration of the Rights of Man during the French Revolution. From the beginning, the separation of powers was to be characterized of the political structure of God's ideal society. Yet here again, Satan was mimicking uh, an aspect of the principle ahead of its realization by God. Hence, the three branches of government, legislative, judicial, and executive branches, should interact in harmonious and principled relationship by following God's guidance as conveyed through Christ. So yun, maganda yung yung Montesquieu, the Declaration of Rights of Men. Kasi fair ang power between the legislative, judicial, and executive. Yun dapat ang God's ideal society. Yun dapat ang political structure of God's ideal society. But since Satan is always mimicking God, ginagaya niya kung ano yung ginagawa ni God, ginagaya niya Satan. So, so ang mangyayari, meron ding gagawin si Satan. The same what happened here, legislative, judicial, executive. And let's see here, democratic societies and human body. So today's democracy is characterized by the three separate branches of government and proliferation of political parties resemble the structure of healthy human body to some extent. Since the political parties are ignorant of the will of God, however, they may be compared to a nervous system which is unable to transmit directions from the brain. Kasi if we observe the system nowadays, the government system, so the political system, the way they judge unfair, right? Even here in the Philippines, nakita natin sa news. So unfair. So which means they are in conflict. They are not united. These three branches of government. They are ignorant because they are ignorant of God's will. So it is very important if you are in the political power, and you also have you also guided by God's words, which napaka-importante because you judge something based also on God's will, right? But if you don't have, if we only use our human intellect, human judgment, human heart, and the tendency is that is the way of judging of something is unfair. Yun ang nangyari. Kaya we don't have the ideal political system na makikita anywhere in the country, anywhere all over the world. Let me know kung meron, if they are united. So there are still problem. It is because they, according to the principle, the leaders in the political party, they are ignorant of the will of God. And even though they know the will of God, they forget it, and then they use their selfishness, and that became the problem, which caused destruction within the country. So the same with the human body. So the political leaders very important. Who is guiding them? Who is guiding those three branches of the government? Same with the human body, nervous system. If the nervous system is cut off the connection to the brain, the human body will not function. So it should be connected and always healthy. So the same we can compare with these two. They are in analogy. Since constitutions are not written in accordance with the word of God, the three branches of government currently function like internal organs, which cannot sense or respond to the commands of the brain because the peripheral nerves have been severed. They lack order and harmony and suffer continual conflict among themselves. So yun, we don't have a clear direction, human beings, because we are far from God. We don't have a proper way of judgment. It's because our mind is not connected to God. That's why very important religious people. If you are religious people and you go to the politics, you should not hindi dapat you should not be invaded by those powers and money, but always judge and think of God's will first. So those are the results of Satan's mimicking the Montesquieu uh, government system. Now, what is the purpose of the second advent? The second coming of the Messiah, who will going to change this kind of environment, this kind of system, this kind of governmental system. So therefore, the Christ of the second advent will remedy the illness of the present political system that it may reflect God's design by restoring people's vertical relationship with God. This will unleash society's true potential. So the Messiah will come also, its purpose, in order for him to build the kingdom of heaven and earth, he should also change first the politics, the religions, and economy. So there should be a systematic, a proper um, way of leading the people. But what kind of system? That's the question. So it must be centering upon the second. If all the people, if all the leaders will follow the second coming of the Messiah, Christ, so those leaders, the relationship to God will be restored and unleash their true potential even greater than what is happening uh, our in our society right now. So the Messiah will guide those political leaders, those religious leaders, those yeah, but the Messiah will guide. So we could see that all people, if those leaders will follow, the people also below the members of those leaders will also follow in line with the Messiah and in line with God's will. So for sure, the Messiah will going to could establish the heavenly society here on earth. So what are the significance of the Industrial Revolution? When we look at the economic structure, let's see. The economic structure of the ideal society also resembles the structure of a healthy human body. Production, distribution, consumption should have an organic interdependence relationship such as that which exists between the digestive, circulatory, and metabolic system. There should be adequate production of necessary and useful goods, fair distribution to supply what is sufficient for people's needs, and reasonable consumption in harmony with the purpose of the whole. So we always have this problem, like how to solve the poverty. But marami ng experiment na ginawa, but still now, lumabas ka lang sa bahay, when we go outside our doors, our houses, we could see beggars around, right? Homeless people. Even in America, rich country, when I went there, like a lot of homeless people. And so sad because during the winter, they're sleeping outside and it's very cold. It's painful, right? And you try to you also have to you could reflect also like how can I how can I help these people? But we have this problem, economic problem of solving this kind of uh, problem, poverty. Yeah, but all we have to do is to have this, like sinabi ko kanina, all the people, all the leaders should follow the Messiah, so that we could, if you're following the Messiah, we could, the economy, the leaders will distribute all um, those foods, those production, those the consumption fairly to the people, right? So ganun ang mangyayari. Wala lahat ng mayayaman bibigyan yung mga mahirap. So everybody is fair. Lahat makakain. Kasi yung iba sobra-sobra naman, di ba? Bili-bili. Kahit kung lahat magtutulungan, if all of us were helping each other, no one is we don't want to experience poverty. But we have this selfishness. That's the problem. So industrial revolution, the significance of this industrial revolution is supposed to be in the economic structure. It is to have the adequate production, fair distribution, and reasonable consumption. We are independent. We have this independent relationship to one another. But ang nangyayari is, yun nga, we became selfish. Those rich people, sila yung naging mayaman, mas mayaman. Yung mga mahirap, mahirap pa rin. Yeah, it's unfair, right? And I belong to those in poverty. Hirap maging mayaman. So the mass production born of the industrial revolution led England to claim vast colonies, sources of raw materials, and markets of goods. So doing, the industrial revolution opened up vast territory for propagation of gospel. Accordingly, it contributed to both internal and external aspect of the providence of restoration. The significance of industrial revolution is to develop the economy. It is to prepare for the second advent of the Messiah. Kailangan ang economy system maganda para pagdating ng Messiah, mabilis yung providence ni God. But what happened, we could see the misuse of the technologies na nangyayari. During this industrial revolution also, it helps the advancement of God's providence kasi nga merong printing. Alam mo yung gospel dito sinabi. The gospel spread rapidly. It's because of the printing machine. The result of the industrial revolution. But when we look at nowadays, are really 21st century, grabe ka-develop yung society natin, right? But sometimes we misuse the technology that we have. That is one of the problems. Also, it is the rise of the great powers. So following the industrial revolution, spurred by the rapid progress of science, industrialization, created economies characterized by overproduction. The great powers of Europe grew strong as they competed with each other. And the scramble of colonies with each other in the scramble for colonies. The Cain and Abel trends in ideology and economic development caused a later political division of the world into democracy and communism. So during the maturation of this industrial, this religious economy and politics, although God have this Abel type, right? Meron ding Cain type. So kung if God has a soldier, Satan also have a soldier. If God has the government system, Satan also made a government system. So the rise of the great powers happened, but in a two different ways, in the Cain type and in Abel type. That is why in the next chapter, in the next section, um, nangyayari yung mga world wars. So because of this, always in the providence of God, always Satan is there fighting to stop the providence of God. That's the problem. And yeah, in conclusion, in this in section 3, the maturation of the economics, politics, and ano ito? Pa- uh, religions is necessary to prepare for the Messiah. Necessary talaga siya. The history needs to progress in order to prepare for the coming of the Messiah. You know, so that when the Messiah will come, the 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 Christ, the second advent, will going to start the kingdom here on earth easily. But hindi naging madali. It is because of Satan. So in the next section, malalaman natin what happens during the world wars and what are the providential causes of the world wars. That is the section 3. Thank you very much, brothers. And so now I would like to welcome our next lecturer. Yes, yeah, she will going to lecture the section 4, the world wars. I would like to welcome one of the coordinator in Mindanao. Is guiding us also. Our one of the blessed family, and I'm always grateful for uh, having us, uh, ate, yeah, ate here. And yes, I would like to welcome without further ado Ate Sylvia Amelia Diapera. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much for that. Very na lang. Thank you very much, Kuya Herman, for that generous introduction. Wow, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Siyempre, good evening to our education head, Kuya Randy, Dr. Randy, and to all our lecturers is as well as our participants. Let me share my screen first. Mau ba ni? So that's it. So yeah. Wait a minute. Oh. Hala ka eh. Shh. Kanang murag saba kay mo mga bata.
Nakamute ka te.
For a while lang ya ha.
I thought,
Wait lang, kinangita pa siya. Balik Zoom. Balik na Zoom.
Sa?
Zoom.
Okay, for a while. For a while lang po.
I thought.
Kay dili ko kabulong sa Pasensya po kasi po expert lang po. So yeah, good evening once again. Tonight I am tasked to discuss with you the section 4 of this chapter, chapter 5 of the part of the divine principle, which talks about the world wars. So let us study the providential causes of the world wars. So previously we have learned na marami talagang, there are so many preparations that has been discussed. There are so many topics that have been discussed in preparation for the coming of the Messiah. Now, there has been some developments in the economic aspect, in the political, and yeah, and this development is geared towards the coming of the Messiah, and but we also know that it has the development has somehow the awareness of the people has somehow and the expansion of and the development of this, for example, in the economy in particular, also had led to the expansion of territories of countries, no, which of course later on had resulted to wars. And we have to understand what are these providential causes of these world wars. Now, wars break out due to such factors as conflict, political, economic interest, and classes of ideology. Yet, these are external causes only, and there are also internal causes of wars. So let us now, in accordingly, we cannot grasp the providential significance of, wait a minute, the world wars by focusing only on the external causes. So, tingnan natin ngayon what are these internal causes, because we know that the conflicts had arisen in the field of politics, economics, and ideology, which of course prior to this, it has to play a vital role in the preparation for the coming of the Messiah. So yun, na-discuss na yun earlier. So now we have to study we have to study the internal causes. Now, what are, mo na ba ni? Simple ha? Okay. So now, what are the internal providential causes of the world wars? The world wars have occurred first as a result of Satan's last desperate struggle to preserve his sovereignty. So, then alam ni Satan na alam naman, sabi nga ni Kuya, when God is mobilizing and striving his best to restore all of his children back to his bosom, Satan has been mimicking all of God's doings. So yun. Then when Satan already had seen yung probability of the coming of the Messiah, then he has resorted into something to stop the providence of God to progress. So it has to. So this is the first reason. That's why wars had blown out. And second reason why, the second providential reason or cause of the world war is that in order to fulfill the worldwide indemnity conditions to restore the three great blessings defectively realized by Satan in advance. So alam natin na in chapter 2, no, na instead of realizing God's original purpose of creation, ginaya, actually ginrab ni Satan yun lahat. So hindi rin naman pwede na dapat maintindihan natin na hindi rin naman pwede na yung three great blessings originally designed by God would just be easily be returned back to God without indemnity at all. So, yun yung second reason na kailangan din mayroong indemnity condition ang buong mundo, the whole world, in order for these three great blessings to be returned back to God. And then the third reason why or internal providential cause of the world war is in order that all humanity may overcome on the world level the three temptations by which Satan tempted Jesus. Alam naman natin na because this happened after Jesus coming, right? So since this would be the third attempt of God to really carry out His will to be realized. Kailangan din ng tao na as much as Jesus Christ had overcame the temptation of the Satan, kasi alam naman natin na equally the Messiah and the human beings itself has its own portion or counterpart for the coming of the Messiah finally. So ito din yung kondisyon ng humanity in contribution to Jesus Christ's sacrifices and overcoming in the temptation of Satan. So the fourth reason or the fourth internal providential cause of world war is in order to fulfill the worldwide indemnity condition to restore God's sovereignty. So alam naman natin na in the process of expanding the industrial or the economic in the process of improving economy as a preparation for the coming of the Messiah. Kasi this is the third attempt na nga. Kailangan din, nag-i-expand din ang sovereignty ni Satan. So, for it to be fulfilled, for it to be indemnified fully, to restore back God's sovereignty back to His bosom, this indemnity condition should also be established. So, yun yung mga apat na rason, no? Una, ang rason, the internal providential reason why world wars has to happen, has to really be to erupt or to happen. Yeah, it is last recourse of Satan to preserve his sovereignty, and then this is worldwide indemnity condition to restore the three great blessing, and this is also the contribution of humanity's contribution to the condition that Jesus Christ had laid, which is overcoming the three temptation. And finally, this is the um, to fully establish worldwide indemnity condition to restore God's sovereignty. So we'll talk about now the First World War that has occurred or that has happened between 1914 to 1918. So let us study the summary of the providence in the First World War. So in the political sphere, the First World War was the conflict between you have to understand that First World War was a conflict between Abel type democracies and the Cain type democracy. In the economic sphere, kasi siya, in the ideology to. So, in the economic sphere, it was fought between the imperialist nations in God's side and the imperialist nation in Satan's side. So, ito din yung mga what is this? Alam natin na during World War, 'di ba may kampi-kampi ngayon eh. May kampi-kampi ang mga nations. So it is in the process of progressing both in politics and economy and religion and ideology, meron ding mga nations na who has been in the God side and who are also in Satan's side. So yeah, ito yung nangyayari during the World War One. And then in the sphere of religion and ideology, the other type nations of Great Britain, alam natin na we have to make it, parang have to remember that ang magkakampi nito which is in God's side is Great Britain, the United States, and France. While, which this one generally have upheld the, mabasa? Christianity. And then this has been fought, which is fought by the kind type nations of Turkey and Germany, Austria, Hungary, which has been persecuting also Christianity. Yeah. So ito yung magkakampi on Cain's side. Okay. So the providential results of the First World War II. We will now study the victory of God's side. So the victories of God's side in the First World War is number one, fulfilled the formation state's indemnity condition to restore God's three great blessings worldwide. So alam naman na we have to remember yung unang apat na reason internal conditions na na-discuss natin earlier why the world war has to happen. So ito, ano yung mga victories na nakamit ng mga nung Abel type nation. So and what are the conditions that has been laid during this world war. So ito yon, number one, na fulfill yung formation state's indemnity condition to restore God's three great blessing. Number two, it has fulfilled the indemnity condition to restore God's first blessing worldwide by overcoming Jesus' first temptation on the worldwide level. And three, it has established through the victory of democracy the formation state's foundation for the restoration of God's sovereignty. So, in conclusion, with the victory of God's side in the First World War, the foundation was laid in the second advent, for the second advent of the Messiah. From that time, the formation stage of the dispensation of the second advent already also had started. So, because of these three victories, doon nagsisimula ang advent, ang dispensation of the second advent. So we have to study further the Second World War that also had occurred kasi prior to yung First World War nangyari man 1914 yun, 1914 hanggang 1918. Dapat din natin remember, since we knew when did our true father, the Messiah, our true parents, true father in itself was born. He was born during the time after the First World War. And then, but then of course, the war does not stop there, because we also knew that there also had happened the Second World War. And then in the Second World War, democracy, which is on this, which where U.S., Britain, and France was on in still on ano magka-comrade sila, while standing upon the formation states victory attained in the First World War, defeated fascism that which is in the side of Germany, Japan, and Italy. Ito kasi yung magkakamping nation on the side of Satan. And actually, sila yung gustong mag-expand ng territory. Silang tatlo magkakakampi. And but then of course, during World War II, alam naman natin na they also were being defeated by the Abel type nations. And then the Abel type nation has secured victory over, because of their victory over this kind type nations, they have secured victory at the growth stage. Kasi yung unang victory nila on the First World War, ang nalay na foundation doon, ang victory is only on the formation stage. Now, on the Second World War, they were all the Abel type nations were also able to establish the growth stage victory in the worldwide level. So, yon. We also have to continue to understand what has happened during the Second World War, which which was of course happened during between 1939 to 1945. So we also have to study what are the victories on God's side in the Second World War that has been accomplished or garnered by the Abel type nations. So first, uh, the first victory is that was fulfilled is the growth stage indemnity condition to restore God's three great blessing. And the number two is having the significance of overcoming Jesus' second temptation at the world level. It fulfilled the indemnity condition to restore God's second blessing worldwide. And third, establish the growth stage foundation to restore God's sovereignty by laying the growth stage foundation for the democratic world. So ito yung mga na-lay or victories na na-achieve ng Second World War on the Abel type nations. So also, we have to understand that the age for building a new heaven and new earth under the under the leadership of Christ at the second advent had also begun, and the growth stage of the dispensation of the second advent commenced. Kung baga, na na-restore na or na-pay indemnity, kasi alam naman natin in before we can be able to qualify to lay the foundation for the Messiah, we also have to we first have to lay the foundation of faith and the foundation of substance. Dito, and yung mga victories na na-achieve nung Abel type nations had actually restored, had both laid the foundation of faith and substance on the formation and the growth stage level. So now we are going to study the Third World War. Is the Third World War inevitable? At the consummation of human history, Satan's side and God's side will strive until they each attain sovereignty over the world. This is why the democratic world and the communist world stand confronting each other. So alam naman natin, when God also was been working so hard to restore everything back to his side, Satan also had mimicked all God's doings. In his own to keep his own sovereignty. Then of course we knew that God's sovereignty has not been established, and that has to happen here in the world. Kaya lang Satan has he has mimicked it and had established his sovereignty ahead. So he is the one Satan is the one managing the world, I mean, dominating the world, has been in fact become the Lord of the world, because everyone have thought, have conditioned to think, to see, and to feel the way Satan does. The world is filled with so much self-centeredness. Yet, of course, God cannot allow that to happen continuously. Kaya meron ding nagpa-progress na ideology at the same time that would somehow always be siding in the in God's side. So alam natin na ang in certain side hindi yun they do not, Satan doesn't want to be defeated. At the same time, he wanted to keep his position. Kaya in the ideological level, meron tayong democracy, and in the evil side, we also have communism. But then, alam naman natin na in the new truth, in this new truth, this ideologies has to be unified so that we can achieve a unified world. So, we have to study further what is this third world war and if the third world war is inevitable. So, the First and Second World Wars had the providential purpose of dividing the globe into the communist world and democratic world. Afterward, yet another war must take place to bring about their, their unification. This conflict is the Third World War. One way to bring Satan's side to surrender is through armed conflict. The other way this war may be fought in a wholly internal ideological conflict. By which of these two ways will the Third World War actually be fought? It depends upon success or failure in carrying out the human portion of responsibility. So, yung Third World War, uh, pwedeng mangyari at saka hindi mangyari. Pero ito ay, kung mangyari siya, it is dependent on the human portion of responsibility. And at the same time, kung hindi man mangyayari, nakadepende pa rin siya sa kumbaga choice ng tao. It's our own portion of responsibility that would determine the possibility of the Third World War to happen. So, it's either armed or sa sinasabi na it's either armed or ideological. So, kung ang First and Second World Wars is to divide both these two sides, in the third World War, purpose is has to happen for these two worlds to be unified. So kahit in armed pa or in ideological, it should the purpose or the end point should be the unity of this the unity of the whole world, to world to life. So now we are going to study the providential results of the Third World War. By winning victory in the three world wars, which belong to the final chapter of the providential history, Um, yeah, we have to study what are the victories of the Third World War. So, God intends to restore through indemnity the entire providence which was prolonged to the third stage. And also, the providence of restoration can be completed only after fallen people restore their heart toward God through God's giving life word, are saved both spiritually and physically, and inherit God's lineage. Yeah, how am I gonna say it? Okay. So, ang pinakang, what's this? Ang God's way, work of restoring His side completely is can only be completed if both the spiritual and the physical, what's this? What's this? Awareness, yun. Or understanding, or how would I say it? Not understanding ba? O sige, understanding na lang kasi I cannot find the right word. Can really be, pagka nag-improve na siya, pag level up na siya. Thus, it can only happen if we would be able, people would be able to receive a life-giving word that would enable them to restore their heart towards God. So yun, mag-elevate na, elevate pala, ma-elevate yung spirituality at saka physically through science ang human beings. And then thus, it would be the time for humanity to inherit God's lineage. So, kung titingnan natin, at the present time, itong mga sinasabi dito is already been happening, no? Because we already have the truth. Kaya, we already have the divine principle, which has been slowly spreading out all over the world. I should say slowly because even if there may be a lot of us, a number of people who have known the principle already, but still, katulad ng sinasabi natin, yung pag-happen ng Third World War is dependent on the portion of responsibility of the people. So, here, we can see that the victories of God's side will fully restore through indemnity all the aspects of the providence of restoration. They will make possible the realization of God's ideal world, for which God has labored with unremitting tears over the centuries of human misery since the fall. So, grabe yung work ni God. Actually, from the time that our first human ancestors failed in the Garden of Eden, this is to recall, God has actually taken responsibility immediately na he cannot afford to not his will be realized. So on that course of restoration, it was not very easy, but God has gone through a totally, and I should say overly difficult situation. He unimaginable tears that has God has shed, and he has labored to the fullest of his might just to bring his original ideal world back to his bosom, no? Oy, muna dito siya. Oh my God. So, yan. So, sana, brothers and sisters, lahat ng mga sinasabi, pinag-uusapan natin, we should always understand na yung mga nangyayari sa mundo, it does not just happen because, just because it has to happen. But at its background, actually, is God's work of restoring everything back to His side. So, kaya at this, ang isa, additional lang to, there are so many instances that we may not be able to understand immediately, especially unfavorable things in life, na akala natin walang kinalaman sa buhay natin o sa sarili natin, halimbawa na lang. But these things that have to happen because we are yet in the process of bringing or restoring ourselves back to God's side, that it is normal for us to pay indemnity because Satan cannot just allow us to go back to God's side without paying indemnity. So we have to always remember that. Wala pong, sa ngayon, at the present moment, kahit victorious na ang ating true parents, because they were really victorious in laying that foundation, we are not exempted to go through the same process, and that we are all required to contribute on the victories of our true parents. So it is the same with what happened in what is discussed in this chapter. So that's all. Thank you very much. Good evening. Okay, stop
Thank
sharing.
you, Ate Sylvia. Let's give a round of applause. So, saan ba? Yan. Can you please open your camera so that I can see your face?
Saan ni siya, te?
So that is chapter 5, preparation, the 400 years of preparation. Welcome the Messiah. Do you have any questions?
Kuba na din ko, ana.
Is everything clear?
Kuba na din ko, ana. Kaya ako, what mo.
If you didn't have questions, so I will ask you. Just, you know. All right. So within this 400 years, many things happened, and we could see the effort of God, right? And God is trying to find people who could work with Him. And ang nangyayari lang is Satan then trying to block that person to continue the mission. There are many revolutions happen, like Protestant Revolution, French Revolution, Puritan Revolution, and those revolution they want change of what happened kasi um, system of the government they don't like. So people wanted to search for an ideal society that could really comfort themselves. That's all we need actually. Even right now, if something wrong with the government leaders, right? Some of us protest, and some of us not, and then just change ourselves.
Sorry.
Minsan na nami-misuse kasi yung nagpo-protest doon. They are the one who is not doing anything actually. They're just protesting there. But anyway, ang naging conclusion, the conclusion of the 400 years is that the the Messiah is really necessary to change the society that we have in order to build a ready society. And all of us, all the people should follow the Messiah. And right now, kung obserbahan natin, Mother is doing these things, right? He gathers all the leaders through the Rally of Hope. And if and only if those leaders were going to continuously support True Mother, then the providence will eventually forward in advance more and more. Providence of God. Right? It is really important who is the center, and that is according to the principle to establish the providence, we have to align ourselves with the Messiah. And it starts with individual, and I keep trying. I keep trying. I'm aligning myself with God. So, it's a little bit hard, but let's not think hard. Let's take it as a challenge. Uh, Mas madali, much easy. Okay.
Pwede
All
ano
right.
kuya?
Eh,
Pwede may sabihin din.
sure. Welcome.
At saka, the reason why people tend to look for an ideal world is yeah, dahil doon sa mga victories na nangyayari on the na win or na establish during the world wars on the other side. Kaya yung level of spirituality and the advancement of economy and politics, the awareness of people become advanced na. Kaya we have the tendency to look for an ideal place or ideal system, something like that. Because without us understanding, it is actually God's work. It is God's undertaking behind all those happenings. Kaya ganun ang nangyayari. So in the same manner, kaya ganun din tayo. Gusto natin na, oh, maganda. Gusto natin mas favorable. Gusto na natin ng hindi tayo malungkot. Hindi tayo hindi tayo, ayaw natin ng malungkot tayo, gusto natin ng mga masaya because of that advancement. And then, I think yun lang. Kaya tayo, we are very lucky now that we already have the word, the truth, the ultimate truth, and we are also challenged and how are we going to, in parang resonance ba yun, or in addition, or in contribution doon, para maibalik din natin yung heart natin towards God's side, kailangan din natin ng conditions to do personally, na maging victorious tayo doon sa mga condition, sa mga indemnity din na magiging condition para ma-restore natin yung lineage ni God in particular. So yun yung dapat tandaan natin sa lesson na dapat ma-get natin sa pinag-aralan natin ito. And then especially we already know the truth. So in parallel to those happenings, meron din tayo actually battle dito sa sarili natin, dito sa mga pamilya natin, dito sa society natin. And then, for us to be able to be worthy to receive the Messiah. And we know very well now we already have our true. In fact, our true father went to the spiritual world already. So now in the time of our true mother, it is our true mother's era that we have also to invest more. And how are we going to contribute on the victories of this present time? How can we be able to see this as our most significant time or the golden times? Ika nga, sabi, if I may copy one of those Honda that Dr. Young has has given to us. So yun in relation to pala. In relation to especially mga blessing candidates, especially both first generation and second generation. We have to really learn a lot from this seemingly stories na ating naririnig ngayon. And I think it would be best na if you may have questions or just ashamed to be asking questions, na-studyhan pa natin more for us to be able to understand pa. And I'm sure God can also give us more inspiration if we will try ourselves. We will try to study further on this, not only on the sections, but on the whole divine principle. That's all. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, sir. And so, any reflection from the participants? Let's welcome Ate Corazon. Paborito kasi. Kasi apat lang dito.
Okay, good evening po.
Good evening.
Ang realization ko ngayon dito sa time natin ngayon, totoo yung naging yung kwan ba natin dito sa mga political kwan natin, mahirap silang i-reach out. Kasi di ba nga nararanasan namin magdala ng mga BPLC letters. Kailangan namin ikutin yung mga barangay na dito sa Bulacan. And then, bibihira din yung nagre-response ba. Thankful din kami kasi may mga barangay captains din ba na willing sila na i-adapt kung ano yung mga activities ng FFWP. PU na nilalatag ng leader namin dito. So, through this kind of experience, nakikita ko ba kung paano mahirap talaga mag-work in the front line ba, lalo na sa mobilization ng HTM. Kasi hindi ko yan naranasan nung nasa Isabela ako, dito lang. And then, preparation in the future, if ever na magsimula na kami to ng HTM dun sa Isabela. Yun lang, thank you.
Thank you so much, te. Hirap ng mga politician, no?
Actually, yung politicians, kuya, kailangan educate. Kasi yung, kwento mo na ito, yung pinuntahan namin ngayon is, at saka kailangan talaga ng follow-up. Hindi sila pwede yung, kasi to me, politics is the shortest way. It's the shortcut on restoring God's sovereignty, actually. Pero kaya, dyan yung nilalaro ni Satan ng sobra ng todo. Kaya our political leaders should be equipped with the divine principle. Kaya yun na-remember natin yung sinabi ni True Parents. Supposedly pa nga si True Mother ang dapat maging presidente ng Korea, diba? In the internal side, supposedly ganun. Pero merong mga nangyayari dahil as I have said, ito yung ginagamit, minamaximize ni Satan to really, hindi niya pwedeng i-release ka agad-agad to. Kaya kailangan talaga ng mga political leaders should be properly and thoroughly, hindi yung one time lang, tayo yung nasa front line. Malaking-malaki yung ating role to do. And how are we going to reach them out? So, pag isang bisis lang, believe me, the next time you come back, wala na yon. So, today, just like what I said, kararating ko lang when I came in, kararating lang namin from the eastern part of the we are very fortunate because that partner of ours, nag-start yun during yung ABC pa ako. The 2008 siya naging ambassador for peace. And we were able to send him to Thailand. And then this time when we came, actually nag-antay kami. Hapon na kami, alas 3 na namin siya, past 3 na namin siya nakita because he is a political leader, of course. Talaga, he is actually very proud and very supportive this time. Yung VIP kasi magkasama kami ni Ate Grace, kahit hindi ako dapat doon. HTM ako pero sinama ako dahil kilala ko personally itong taong to. And of course, kilala na ni Ate Grace pero siguro si Ate Grace wanted to siyempre kami yung parang backup na yun, parang moral support. Kaya he is endorsing actually. In-endorse niya yun, mag-endorse siya through video, sa media platform niya, sa radio, and all these things. Doon ko mas na itong lahat ng pinag-usapan natin is very kung naiintindihan natin o kung ating lang magawa na yung parang sustainably, then there is no reason that we cannot establish God's sovereignty. And there is no reason why we cannot establish the holy community, provided that the leader, the political leader, can already know the truth. So yun yung maging advantage siguro. Kaya for all of us, it is a very good, siguro na rin, maganda na rin kuhanan ng magandang halimbawa, yung siguro naranasan namin ng kaunti. It's not perfect though, pero yet, but we believe na it has, may mga conditions na din kaming nagawa doon. Itong taong ito kasi, during 2000, yung nag-umpisa ang HTM sa Eastern Misamis Oriental, in the Charity City, ako din yung naging coordinator doon, kaya kilalang-kilala ako sa nung taong to. In fact, kasi at that time, hindi pa siya mayor, vice mayor pa siya. Yung kanyang office, ginawa niyang office ko, parang ganon. Kaya medyo yung kailangan talaga maka-establish tayo ng good relationship. It doesn't have, kasi alam niya talaga wala kaming pera eh. Pero pag nakita niya kami, at saka dahil naintindihan din niya yung principle, he feels like he has seen his long lost brother or sister, something like that. Yung sa Bisaya pa, mahinangop siya kayo. He has that strong longing to see us. Ganun. So, very important yung magiging It's very true, Ate Cora, na not very easy. But if we constantly, even if we don't have money, if we constantly establish, keep them, para bang halaman na didiligan natin sila, then they will definitely become on our side. And it's very important po. And nakakandak din kami ng blessing. Maraming conditions doon. Dahil we already also have, that was the very first area kung saan kami conduct ng blessing. But yung blessing na yun became a condition. Hindi pa rin yung perfect na dapat, yung leader lang naka-establish kami. But the people has to be seriously, sustained. Kasi, kaya kailangan nating matutong mag-lecture. Kasi tayo lang talaga doon. Wala nang iba. We cannot ask for our leaders to come over, you know? Kaya sana ate, mag-opta ka na din. Sige. Sige po. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Te. How about let's welcome Evan.
Good evening, poor brothers and sisters.
Uh,
So, from this lecture, from this chapter, I really like learning about the significance of the events in throughout history, especially their connection with the province of restoration and how significant they still are today, especially like from the roots of the communist world and the democratic world. And yeah, you can definitely see how much work Heavenly Parents put into laying the foundation for the Messiah, and also as well as how much responsibility we have to ensure that we do fulfill our responsibility as well. Uh, yeah, and I also really like the analogy that Queer Herman used about the political sphere, how the separation of the three powers, and like from political leaders, they're all meant to be harmonized and united under Heavenly Parent, but because they're not, and they're missing that connection, it sort of explains how there's so much chaos and conflict, and especially coming from the political sphere at the moment, and like on a global level as well. So thank you, Paul.
you Evan wants to become a politician. Do you want Evan? You don't have to.
It's good. Believe me.
Actually, I wanted to become a barangay captain.
Yeah, if you wanted to become a
It's
politician,
easy
be an
to
executive.
for 30 couple.
Very true.
I was thinking actually about that one. I literally think about I want to become a politician because yeah, Rebel Messiah is easy.
I really
But
agree.
before that, paano nga ba? Hindi to ako sa HQ. Kaya lang ako lumabas. Yeah, while listening to the Sylvia, yeah, sabi niya to Sylvia, it's very important to have a connection with a relationship. It's really important. And a foundation. Um, because when I went to Leonera together with the UPTA, right, I realized many things. When also talking with Kuya Ramon, talked a lot. Yeah, we are in front. I'm driving, and then he talk a lot really. And the reason why it's the mayor, it's easy for him to welcome any leaders that will go there. It is because Kuya Ramon laid already foundation even before that the mayor became the mayor. They were friends. That's already the foundation in order to receive who among the leaders. And so from the very beginning, like also we could connect also with the providence, right? For 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
So in Laniera, before Dr. Yong came, before Sir LA came, before the national leaders came, went there, would go there. Karaman already laid so much foundation. So the connection, the relationship with the captain, with the mayor. So the mayor really trusts Kuya Ramon. They are actually pare. They call each other pare. And you know how close they are. But there's one problem that I could see is that even before Victoria went there, the problem is the providence was not able to continue. And Karamon shared to me that actually I need people. Actually, I really need people to mobilize together with me like that. And yeah, so he cannot continue. So
You done?
nowadays it was revived again. And fortunately, so they're planning now what to do, how to. They wanted Denera to become the model city, right? Because mayor with true parents picture. That's really wonderful to hear, to see. So yeah, relationship between in Le- in with the political leaders, and actually it's important also that some
Nag-apil na ako.
members some members could send like mga mga individuals pupunta lang sa mag-work sa inside the politics and they will become mayors there. Ganun. Paunti-unti.
Very important talaga, kuya. Kaya,
Kailangan may soldiers tayo din sa loob
mhm,
ng
totoo
yung
yun.
kagaya namin mga young people who are educated already graduate, mag-work doon sa loob. Unti-unti, he is the one who are going to change the environment and people will look at him differently. And for sure, he will become the mayor. I really think so. But we were not able to do it, maybe.
Mag-apil ako.
No, but that's a secret of war, actually. For you to defeat the enemy, you have to go like a thief and then spies. Yeah, I mean, I think same with
Mm.
us. I think we could use that one, but I don't know if it's too late right now, but it's better. Because it's hard to change the minds of
The mindset
really, yeah.
of the people, yeah. I have one thing more. Just it's okay if I will share my personal experience when I get into the politics. Do you know? I did not happen immediately. Actually, it was very coincidental that it was 2005, 2006. Yeah, 2006. Two parents came back. 2006, yeah, 2006 had the last visit that they had made here in the country. It was 2006. It's summer, and then I went back here in Mindanao. That's June, and then right there and then because I am kind of passionate in doing farming, I did farming, and people see it only in my barangay, of course. See how yeah they know different thing in us because we are different, of course. And then I did not plan to go for to run for a position or something. I never occurred to me. But it was the people who pushed me to do. You really have to because they could maybe even if I'm not a leader type person, but they have found something in me that I think they think I can lead. And then even if I'm not interested until finally, okay, I have to like that. And then yeah, it did happen. And then uh it started from a few relationship that I did made with additional more barangay captains. And actually during my term I tried to keep that relationship. That's why in our area now in yabang to no pero in Miss Or, if I have to go back to those people because out from that ABC people that I had been dealing with, there are a numbers of them that became mayors already. So yun din yung uh, uh, yeah, and become parang nasa posisyon na ng hindi lang ABC, hindi na lang naging councilor na, hindi or vice mayor na ganun. Kaya it is a little bit easier when you have laid a foundation. Kasi during the time when I was ABC, nagbibigay talaga kami ng principles of peace. Lahat sila halos naging ambassador for peace, ang buong province. Yung ganon, yung makapal talaga sa mukha ko kahit hindi ako mayor, punta ako sa mayor's office, punta ako sa mayor's league, yung ganon. Punta kami ng PCL, ganon. Kasi siyempre, ABC daw ako eh. Yun din yung siguro foundation na nanalay din. Ang hindi lang magandang lesson na nakuha ko doon, we were not able to sustain it nung pag-follow up ng mga VIPs natin. Pero yung personal connectivity ko sa kanila, if I see them, if they see me, kasi during the time, naging provincial secretary ako ng buong liga ng barangay sa mga barangay captains. Yun yung nagiging connection ko sa kanila. And of course, I did render my services to them well. Kumbaga, in my own capacity, hindi siguro yung sobrang pero alam nila yun. Kaya every time that I come back to them, actually, pagka nakita, you don't have to get a number, you don't have to, just go in. Sometimes, para kang somebody to other people, but hindi good, ordinary pa rin naman tayo. Kaya lang because of that connection. That's why it's very important na young people at this time should get started getting into politics. But we have to set the example. Pero huwag tayong mag-ambisyon ng kaagad-agad. Kung pwede lang, maging barangay captain ka muna. Pakitang gilas ka doon sa grassroots mo. Because during the time, I become an exemplary char. Our barangay become a model barangay because of that. Was able to organize and institute, make organizations collaborate and really help the local government. So yun yung pwede lang nating gawin na kahit hindi na tayo masyadong mapera, makakapenetrate tayo. But remember, kailangan mong magkapera. During the time, maximize. Huwag kang magnakaw. Siyempre, establish your connections to establish businesses. Kasi yun lang yun, maging manalo tayo. If we are not going to get involved, believe me, para lang tayong nagbabark sa buwan. Para tayong nagkumakahol, asong kumakahol sa buwan. Kaya we have to really act, especially young people. Please, equip yourself academically, maybe, and of course, spiritually most important. Kasi yun yung pinakang core natin. Yun yung hindi matitinag. Yung plus lang yun. Sa papel lang yun. Pero yun yung pinaka-important and get involved. That is the only way for me, that we can really contribute. Again, I will reiterate, huwag niyong kalimutan maging mayaman. The secular world will bow down to you have to say. Please be rich and please get involved into politics. Huwag ninyong ayawan yan.
Si Father nga, di ba? Napakayaman ni Father. Dami business.
Hindi lang si Father pwedeng maging politician dahil may iba siyang mission. Pero tayo, dapat dahil victorious na si Father, we have to really get involved. And then we have to get the backup of our elders and those brothers and sisters na hindi ka mag-isa din kasi we need backup talaga. But please get involved. Please get involved and be rich.
Kailangan ko na magtrabaho.
Ay, kuya, sure ka, may opta pa tayo.
Magtrabaho ko. Okay, thank you very much.
Business na lang tayo, kuya. Yun na yun.
Business na lang. Okay, let's welcome Kuya Aki.
Okay po, sa reflection ko po for today is your realization. I mean, after hearing all this, hindi naman recent po actually, pero yung yung nangyayari from the 90s, 19 basta yung 90 mga 90s ganun, how war took place. It really shows na how Satan really like talagang pinush niya talaga yung todong push niya talaga yung part na nagkakaroon na ng wars, like how First World War happened, tapos nagkaroon na naman ng Second World War, and how this arrival of the second advent of the Messiah. So hearing all of the wars is kind of scary. Nakakatakot pakinggan yung part niya no? World Wars. Especially the how the Third World War will start. Kung maging ba siya ideological or maging armed conflicts ba siya. So I think siguro maging ideological naman. I hope na maging okay lang. Hindi siya yung armed, hindi yung ano, like, kasi I think this in this world era of this world, siguro hindi naman mangyayari yan. And people already think that war war is enough war, parang ganun. Too much war na. Tapos sobrang developed na rin yung world na to. So if we had war, it's more like kinda ewan ko, baka masira yung buong mundo. Yeah, sure. I mean, it kind of feels like that when you hear Third World War na kasi sa gantong ka-advanced na yung society, sobrang sobrang high na yung nila, high-tech na, mga ganun. So, yun, uh, hearing the Third World War, maybe ideological kasi ang dami na actually roots na nangyayari, like hearing the Rally of Hopes, then ano, about yung mga politicians and stuff, how we must teach politicians and connect them to true parents and heavenly parents. Tapos yung about the divine principle, learning about them and teaching them to the politicians and others as well. So and maybe after fulfilling more and more of those, may mangyayari yung part na war na yun. Kasi of course, politicians is the most ano more useful way of making things more kasi politics is have much more power in this world, something ganun. So so I hope na things will be successful when it comes to politics and not through armed things, kasi that's not really hear that part, the armed, kasi nung pinanood ko ng mga history channels about yung mga First World War, Second World War, uh, like the nuclear war from Hiroshima, uh, sobrang heavy yun. So how many people have died from the nuclear war? So ayun. So uh, yeah, World War is kind of heavy topic. It's kind of very very sad to hear. Pero I hope na as na mag-share pa tayo. Na mag-share pa tayo more in the divine principle na ayan, successful natin to. So, ayan, yun lang po yung akin. Thank you.
Internet. No? Loading. What happened?
Miss niya yan. Ano na ba?
Something
May
happened with
7
my.
minutes pa.
Alright. It took.
Naririnig ka na namin. Hindi mo pa kami naririnig.
Thank you so much, Laki-san. Mga wars, di ba? Okay. So it's really necessary, but it depends upon the portion of responsibility of human beings, whether mangyayari siya armed conflict or ideological conflict. Kasi hindi naman talaga kailangan ng armed conflict, di ba? Ideological, okay pa kasi God wants to save all the people. But even before the First World War happened, we already observed during the 16th century, during the Industrial Revolution, the development of the Industrial Revolution, and then 17th century, meron na silang guns, ng guns. So, alam mo na mangyayari yung conflict talaga in the future. Possibility, meron ding arms. Ang ending lang is armed conflict. But in the Third World War, we could observe the Cold War. We could see the Cold War. It's an ideological conflict. Some instances of armed conflict. Anyway, yeah, that is part of God's providence. Okay, so next. Ah, who else? Parang ang dami kasi natin, nahihirapan ako. Nivian, nasaan ka,
Vivian.
Nivian?
Good evening po, brothers and sisters. Our session today, some, throughout the lecture, we can see the importance of World War One and World War Two, and how the countries were divided uh, into God's side and Satan's side, and how God's side was always victorious, and also about the importance of World War Three in the future, and how it's based on people's personal responsibility. That's all. Thank you.
Nivian. Yes, thank you so much for your reflection, brothers and sisters. And we are preparing right now also for mother. Let us prepare an environment. Uh, Sabi nga nun dun sa Lenera kami together with the national leader and other staff. And Dulce, they want to prepare Lenera. Tapos nangyari sa
Dulo kaya yata yung internet ni Sir. Ay, nawala siya. Ay, ano yan? Ayun na siya.
Anong anyari?
internet. There's problem with the internet, so we have to end this now. Sorry guys. And it's time already. So thank you so much for tonight. And next meeting about the second advent of the Messiah. When, where, and how. Okay, so that's early na. Early Friday.
Okay. Please join me in prayer. Good evening, our most loving Heavenly Parent, two parents of heaven, earth, and mankind. Father, we have just finished our meeting today, discussing the chapter 5 of the preparation, the 400 years preparation for the second advent. And Heavenly Father, we have so many realizations. And Heavenly Father, may we be able to apply this realization in our daily life, applying to the issues of today, and that we so that we can understand, Heavenly Father, um, the our present situation, and that we can be more sensitive of what's happening to our environment, and that we could ready ourselves to what is providential and not providential, or just propaganda, or the press release of the satanic side. Heavenly Father, may we give us the wisdom on how to decipher, Heavenly Father, what is providential and what is good for the providence, and it could be used as a foundation for the establishment of the kingdom of heaven here on earth, which you have been wished for so long. It is being also wished by Jesus Christ. It is wished by our true Father, and it's being wished by our true Mother, and all our elders, and all the saints and sages throughout history. Father, as people whom you have prepared to live with the true parents, to breathe and breathing the same air as true parents, may we be able to help the true parents expand the expand the family of God and eventually erase all the traces of the satanic culture. Heavenly Father, I pray these and report these in the names of Ryan Relina Dolentos and Progress Family. Aju.
Anju,
Aju, thank you very much, brothers
thank
and
you very much,
sisters.
everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
See you on Thursday.
Yeah, see you on Thursday, everybody. Kuya Herman, alas 7 tayo bukas. Wala na.
Alas 7 ng alin natin. Ano yun?
Mer Kuha na yun natin second day ng fifth batch. Nag-ano na kasi si Kuya nung Monday eh. Nag-introduction, hindi ako nakasali dahil meron kaming meeting ng ano ba yun? Nung sa HTM at
Pero
sa
7:30 pa rin ng ano ko ate, ang alam ko.
7:30 ba? Akala ko 7.
Nag-announce na ng 7. 7 lang ang ano natin pag Friday sa Saturday.
Okay, sige te. Thank you.
Pero nagbago ba? Parang hindi naman. Pero ano, tanungin natin mamaya. Tatanungin na lang natin sa UPT lecturers siya. Nag-leave na siya eh. Bye-bye po.